Wrong button. Hi, chat. How we doing tonight? It seems like the stream is working for once. How nice. I've also changed some things in the kitchen. Like where my cutting board is. Welcome in, everyone. Happy to see you, Lexi. So, let's see. JK4T checking in. Lexi's here. Tool Chi. Nan Reader. Welcome, everyone. Let's make some coffee. Ooh. Right off the bat. Thank you for the sub. And you get to be the first person I officially ask if I can get it to show up on screen. I need your vote. I'm going to be doing a pickle coming up here next month. Do I do sweet peppers, hot peppers, garlic, or onion? What do we put more of in there? Garlic. Will. I'm not hearing no alert yet, but I saw that. Thank you for that resub. Gonna have to ask you the same question, fine sir. There we go. Thank you, both of you. I know things have been a little rough here lately. Let me check that that's set up right. I think I messed up one of my buttons on my Stream Deck here. Yep. There we go. Ooh, random. Why is my bot not properly connected here? What's going on here? Like, the other stuff is working. Your alerts aren't. Let's force one here since we have a hype train going. Nope. Oh, that also would be helpful here too. Why is that not on the scene? We're going back to that scene for a quick second here. As I paste my Mix It Up overlays back onto the screen. Maybe you'll stay there this time. Can we make some coffee now? Gee, Random, I didn't get what your vote was. What did I? If you're still hanging out here. Hot peppers. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. And thank you for the resub. Okay, hopefully the alerts will work now. What was the dad joke? That was weak. But other than a couple of quick hiccups here, I'm astonished that things are like everything seems to be relatively smooth. I'm not trying to jinx myself. Thanks, Will. Does look like this has perhaps fallen a bit overnight. New camera position, so it's got to figure itself out. But that way I don't have the camera sitting right here all the time. And with the angle, you can see a little bit more of the board when I'm chopping. The big problem is my hand is now resting on my drain pan for my dishes. But I am planning on actually replacing this. The bottom pan on this is going already. So, and the bottom pieces of the metal, the plastic is worn through and they're rusting. So, getting rid of that with a smaller one, that's gonna be further this way, so that I actually have, that'll be in a couple of days. Why are you making noise? Get rid of autofocus. Go away, autofocus. Do that to the cutting board too. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. Welcome in, Zeeks. Welcome back, everyone. I can't do that from here. No spatchcocking fans in chat? Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Cheers to you. So what do we start with here? Pasta. We need to make pasta tonight. Ah! That was a little too close. Hey, X. Hi, Lexi. Zoom. Curious what it's focusing on now? Cutting board camera. Hand reader. Thank you for that resub. Can I get your vote in this month's project? Should I add more hot peppers, sweet peppers, garlic, or onion to my pickle for April? Sweet peppers. Thank you for that resub. Hey, Space. You meaning what are all the layers? I listed them in the dinner command. Moz. All the resubs. Thank you, everybody. Maybe I should just leave it on the Discord screen tonight. What can I get for your vote? Should we be adding to next month's pickle more sweet peppers, hot peppers, garlic, or onion? We've at least got garlic, hot peppers, and sweet peppers in there. So this is really good for this project. This thing likes to fall apart. It's fallen apart on stream a couple of times. I don't trust it not to fall apart tonight. It's still good for mixing pasta. Hi, Buns. I'm going to put you down here in the needing an answer from Maz. Happy to be back, Buns. It's been a frustrating week or so of trying to figure out what's causing me problems and trying to remedy it, and ultimately I don't know if anything I did really changed anything. All that much. Although my stream and my computer is much happier right now, at least in terms of how much CPU use is occurring. Do I still have Task Manager open? Nope. Yeah, we're below 60% on our CPU now, which is glorious. We were much higher before. In addition, OBS actually added, or rather fixed a feature of theirs, and so I'm now using one less program to stream. Because OBS has had an image slideshow for as long as I've been using OBS. But it's always used like this limited memory thing where it only did like maybe 10 or 15 slides or something like that. It was based off of memory. It wasn't like an exact number. And they've fixed that now. And so what I used to do is I used to have a program that made slideshows, and I ran it in a window in the background and captured it with OBS. Likely a fair amount of memory use, but not CPU use really. But now OBS does the exact same thing, and so we can have a slideshow with all of my photos in it, and not use that memory maybe. I don't know, I didn't really notice, like, a number of things happened all together at that same point. So I don't really know how good of a change it was. But it should have been a good change. Happy to see all the love coming back to streaming. Hi, chat. You know something different tonight? Someone noticed Giphies are back. Yep. Including Angle Cam. Angle Cam might actually be pretty cool right now. Well, if I turned it on. Why are fish easy to weigh? Because they have their own scales. That was the YouTube dad joke. It tells a different dad joke in Twitch and YouTube. Well, when the bot does it. What's everyone think of the new social bug? Over there. There. Messy finger and all. Too big? Hopefully better because it's not flashing chat all the time. Or at least as much. Still probably the most active thing on the screen. We're getting there. It's starting to get nice and flexible. I am kneading this a little bit more because I'm doing long, thin sheets with this. Really thin as we can go, really. Alright, I'm gonna let that rest. You know, I was gonna do potatoes next, but I think I should do sauce next. Because we want that to chill a little bit before we're stacking everything. Oh, my alerts went off twice. Oops. Oh well. Oh hey! Twitch is saying my signal is excellent. How nice. Sauce. Over on the stove. Zoom right. I'm starting this wrong. Main camera. I also slightly changed this one. Main scene around me, a bit bigger, and then these two, a bit smaller. Actually, they're more cropped and zoomed. Zoom left. Zoom right. Because I don't know my left from my right. Thank you, Buns. Yeah, everything's looking like... I don't know what switch I flipped, but... it was the right one. For anyone that's coming in and doesn't realize what was... like, I was having horrible network issues. I was having horrible CPU issues. OBS was not having a good time. My bot was not having a good time. And during the last couple of stream periods where I wasn't streaming, I basically went through and redid all of the code for my page, for my stream, redid all of the OBS settings, all the OBS background, deleted everything, reinstalled all my plugins, redid all my Stream Deck, redid my slideshow. Like, the code behind all of this was redone. And so while a lot of it looks essentially the same it was the last time you saw my stream, it's essentially all new. We got a new socials bug thing in the corner there. Went with a new font. I'm thinking of getting rid, or not getting rid, but redoing my board back here. I've been tempted for a long time, and I just haven't honestly had the nerve to pull it off of the wall and wipe it clean, knowing that I have to create something new for it. This is the wrong choice for this project. This is a case where I'm not too concerned with my meat getting overcooked. I mean, it's ground meat, and 99% of the time it's going to be overcooked anyways. But the thing is, we want that seared flavor, we want that cooked flavor. And so, that's what's going to help our sauce out the most. So, I'm okay with overcooking this, considering that it's essentially going to be little bits in sauce once we're done. It's a little bit better when you're dealing with like bacon or like small little chunks of actual ground meat. You sort of stuck to ground meat anyways. But we want that fully rendered, nice and almost crispy like bacon. start our roux off there with some flour. Cup of water. If you got chicken stock, you got anything hanging out with some extra flavor in it, feel free to throw it in there. I mean, we're going to have plenty of flavor in here as it is, but there's nothing wrong with adding more. Salt. You can be sort of light on the salt due to the fact that there's sausage in there. Same with the MSG. Or pork in there, but normally I do the same thing with sausage, so, but I had ground pork at home, so we're doing ground pork. We have sausage too, but that's a separate thing in here. But lots of pepper in my gravy. We haven't even added any cream into that yet. Actually, I'm not adding any cream into that. I'm going to add half and half. But we haven't even added any half and half in there. Pickles from Poland. Let's see if that needs any more starch or anything. But I think that's probably going to thicken up nicely. Actually, it hasn't thickened up much at all. Let's add a bit more flour to that. Turn the heat down a bit. We'll let that cook for a little bit to get that flour flavor out of it. Nice, felines. realizing how floured I've gotten. Black and flour don't mix. I have to grate one of our cheeses tonight. I'm using mozzarella, mostly for pull and cost. But I'm going to alter it a little bit by adding a local cheese. It's a bit like Fontina, by their own description. I just sort of like it. I am going to take the rind off for this, though, even though it's an edible rind. Sorry, cheese lovers. Yeah, I can live without the rest of that. Not the best part. This is the best part. The soft doesn't even want to really grate. In fact, yeah. Like, I thin cut it so it had nothing but the funk. So we got our cheaper mozzarella here. And our nice Valley Ford Highway 1. Let's get those a toss together so that they're a little bit intermixed. So we got our cheese set. Potatoes, I'm debating if I want to do pasta first or potatoes first. I think we're going to do potatoes first. We're going to get our oven going. Back to the grater. Yukons. I was going to grab Idaho's for this. Once I had at the store, just weren't looking all that great. These aren't looking all that great for Yukon Golds either, but they look better. It's a shame they don't there's a couple of farmers locally that do potatoes, but rarely do they last. Like, no one does, it's like you get farmers that occasionally try it for a year and they're like, yeah, this ain't worth the effort. Cutting board camera. I think the problem with the new setup here tonight, chat, is the new camera setup. So I'm probably much more likely to get my screen all dirty now. Probably much more likely to get my keyboard dirty too. Not that I didn't already get my keyboard dirty. Alright, so potatoes. Actually, we can give these an initial squeeze just like this. I'm giving these a good ring out here, main camera. Main camera. Now that obviously isn't perfectly dry. That isn't like hash brown dry. It's a lot better than it was though. So we're going to add our onions and potatoes and ham in with this, and we're going to give it all a little bake together. Just sort of like a par bake beforehand. I guess you want to be the chosen one tonight. This honestly looks like it could be Canadian. Is it actually Canadian bacon? It's not no female bacon, but it's Canadian style bacon. Made more ham than I thought. Let's get our bacon and potatoes together there. It's the older onion. Isn't that essentially just ham? No. Actually, well, just about anything is technically ham as long as it comes from a pig. Ham is such a horrible term. Like, someone says ham to me and I think pig leg meat. But that's... It can generally mean anything pork. What Canadian bacon is they do the same process as we do with the stomach, but they do it with the loin. So it's a very lean bacon. And they also have different cures that they use, but it's still cured. I don't know why I chose to skin that while it was still whole. Normally I cut it in half first because it's a lot easier and quicker. I think half of this onion's probably going to be enough for this project. It's a pretty massive onion here. I mean, it isn't as big as my head, but making an inside joke, there's someone that I know in the farmers market world that loves posting photos to their Instagram of produce they find at the farmers markets that's as big or larger than their head. Been a while since I've talked to them though. Well, it's cured. It's essentially been cooked. Just like this, we're going to turn the heat off of that now, allow that to cool down. Did you hear the one about the scientist who was lab partners with a pot of boiling water? He was a very esteemed colleague. YouTube dad joke. See if anything's going on Kick or anything else. What else we got going on here? Add our onions in with our potatoes and ham. Well, considering I don't have any bacon to eat out of the package, that'd be sort of hard. But also, I don't do that sort of thing. I don't stream to... I'm not some, like, boardwalk clown. I don't know why the food and drink category in Twitch seems to be a fan of doing things like dancing and doing funny voices and things that have nothing to do with food and drink. But yeah, it's perfectly... I mean, it's no real difference than, you know, like... escaping my mind of several other dishes like that are raw or cured or ceviche. You know, it's essentially like it's cured, but it's essentially raw seafood. But everyone's been sort of destigmatized to raw seafood by sushi and sashimi and crudo. Oh, I imagine it's not wonderful, yeah. I mean, it's essentially raw bacon. I want my bacon crispy. I'm a crispy bacon guy for the most part. There's occasions when chewy bacon is awesome, but I sort of find those not that often. Hey, Ozzy. The stream's working. We're gonna chop up and do some more peppers on top of the whole thing for color and look, but just for our filling, that's what we got going here. We got onions, peppers, cutting board camera. Okay, well now the slideshow's out of the way. Peppers, onions, potatoes on the bottom, and ham in there. That's all going in the oven to start to make friends with each other and cook through a bit, soften up the onions and peppers, cook the potatoes partially through. Toast. I forgot about toast. We'll start off with some sourdough bread. We're going to save the center though, because I haven't made that croque madame yet. That's how you say it, right? As chat solely realizes, does he have the dinner command so that he doesn't have to say all these obscure culinary terms all the time? We're gonna do our French toast a little bit different. Some might actually call this milk toast. What I'm planning on tonight. But we're gonna toast up our bread ahead of time and separately, and then we're gonna soak it. Normally, you soak your French toast, and then sear it. We're gonna bake ours in with the lasagna. Uh-oh. Sounds like Ozzy's Johnson it up. Way to work, Hydrate. Are like none of my events working tonight? This was working off stream. There we go. It was just delayed, I guess. That should definitely be unlocked. What else can we unlock? That can be unlocked. Oh, Buns did it a while ago. I didn't notice that. Sorry, that didn't work, Buns. Let's see. Is that working tonight? That's working now. That's working. This is fine. No flames, I guess. Maybe they'll show up in a little bit. Okay, what else do we need for this pasta? We need to whip some ricotta and eggs. No kale. Just say no to kale. In all of my years of seeing kale and its uses in the culinary world, do you want to know what I think its number one best use has ever been? Well, animal feed, like, acceptable for animal feed. But I would have to say the number one best use I've ever seen anyone use kale for was to drip water on all of his other veggies at his market stand. Hey, Marauder! Finally back, finally figured out whatever gremlin was causing my stream issues. And we're back in full effect. You see, in farmers markets, you'll have, just like at the supermarket, they want to moisten all their veggies down, you know, so they're glistening with water, they catch your eye, they look fresher, they weigh more, so they cost more. You know, it's all wonderful for them. And most of them have like a mister or something like that, but the old school guys that have been around for a while, they just grab one of their bunches and dunk it in a thing of water. That was the wrong whisk to grab while on stream. That's an amazing whisk, but it's horrible on the earbuds. Alright, so we got our ricotta in there. Now we need to add a bunch of eggs, because this is going to be sort of like our scrambled eggs layer. So we're going to add quite a few eggs to this batch. That egg split vertically. So that's 6. I think that's probably good with 6. Need a few more for on top of our overall lasagna here. And then we're going to get into rolling some pasta here. I forgot my toast. Did I burn my bread? Did I burn my bread? Trying to burn my towel there. You seeing that? So we'll throw that back in there for a couple more minutes. So it's got a little color. They're nice and toasty, but the other sides need a little bit more. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't have a drop according to Twitch. Stream's been wonderful tonight, actually, all the way around. Uh-oh. We need a new looking for group channel. What's our new game addiction? What is this game? Yeah, Zeke's been hanging out for a while tonight. Nice seeing everyone back. It was such a pain dealing with everything. It was sort of good in some other ways, though. It got me to go through some of my computer hardware and stuff like that. And I figured out how to do backups properly again. Like, Windows 11 thoroughly confused me and threw me for a loop, and I couldn't find the Windows 7 settings, you know, the Windows like practically 95 settings. You know, the control panel is still there, you just gotta search for it now. I mean, I have essentially everything backed up, but over the years, I've gotten to just not trust Windows to back things up. And so, like, I have everything, like, individually backed up by myself, sort of a situation. The idea that I can get Windows to actually do its job once again, I don't know if I can really trust that still, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I used to do that until Dropbox required a service and I didn't want to pay him money. about the time that they went public. Yeah. Though I will say having a NAS working when it does work is just so nice. Especially if you're in a situation where you've got more than one computer and you can just jump between them and everything is there. It is so nice. But yeah, I used to like Dropbox a lot. I used to use Dropbox a lot too. Yeah. But I didn't... And now we're getting into, like, I wouldn't necessarily suggest someone build a NAS right now. Like, it was relatively okay or on the edge when I made my most recent upgrade. We were on the cusp of sorry to say that then, Zeeks, but we were at the time on the cusp of going to stick memory or digital memory. I'm forgetting the proper term for it, but rather than platter memory on disk memory, either solid state, there we go, solid state had finally won out that war of price and reliability, or we were on that cusp, and now I think we're significantly onto yeah, I'd be okay with that for like 50% of my setup, but I would still want at least one solid, like, I do a mirrored setup, so like half of that I'd be okay with being on like older or used drives. I wouldn't in any way trust all of it to be. Like, some of it needs to be on good new hardware that hasn't been abused in some form. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I forget the term for it, but yeah. I'm not gonna split mine up like that. I was thinking about doing that. I considered doing that when I made my most recent upgrade, and I stuck with a mirrored setup. Oh, hey, the bot's catching up. Or no, that's Twitch. That's a delay from Twitch's end. That's not my end. Get with it, Twitch. We'll add a little Parmesan in with our ricotta and eggs. So those are all nicely mixed together. I think we're down to pasta making time here. Let's check out our bread. See if that's completely burnt. It's looking okay. I think that'll be fine for our... No timer or nothing, Ozzy. If you're still lurking out there. Nope, no burnt bread on this stream. Hi, chat. No. Over here. Don't stare at Mr. Wiggles. Overlook scene. Ooh. Chat pouring all sorts of drinks tonight. Ozzy gifting a sub to Bonds. How nice. Thank you, Ozzy. I do need your input on this month's I almost said ingredient challenge. But in this month's project. What should I add more of my pickle, Ozzy? Onion. Give this one quick roll and we'll add an onion to that. New pour. Well, at least we got a little bit of everything in there now. You know, it's not... We're not going to have no onion now. Thank you, Ozzy. What face? We'll give this one more fold. It's behaving pretty well, though. Nice batch of pasta tonight. Overlook scene. Buns! Thank you. You want some onion on the list? You gonna add some onion? I'll add some onion for you. There you go, Buns. I added the onion. Thank you. Yeah, as a gift to your subby. Giving you all those emotes for chat. Okay, here's about where I stop typically for cutting it into pasta. But this is still not thin enough for what we want. Mermaid! Thank you for that sub. Thank you for gifting it to him, Buns. Appreciate that. Are we adding more onion? Are we making pickled onion? Thank you, Buns. Amazing start back to streaming after the hassles. There's now 4 onions there, by the way, Buns. Onion's now in the lead. Sort of amazing how egg and flour, like that was a puddle of goo earlier. It was eggy goo. Hi, chat. It's got the strength to be a single sheet, much less hold together against gravity. It's sort of nuts. Now the question is, do we go with the thickness that I'm rolling right now, or we go thinner? Do we go even thinner, chat? I don't know that we need to. I think we're going to be probably good with this. I mean, I can see my fingers through it. We're going for thin tonight for our thin. For our lasagna. We want the layers. I know you're talking about maybe having one. Ow. That was hard on the shoulders. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Let's see how our potatoes are looking down here. I don't have room for all my layers. Zoom right. Zoom left. Zoom left. So weird how this just sort of opens up your shoulder joint. You go up a good 5-10 times and your shoulders just, it's almost like it opens air up in your shoulder. It's amazing. Oh. Yeah, no tear. Just don't stick. No sticky, no foldy. Stop folding. So now we're going to cut all of these overlixing to fit our pan. I thought I put this away. Classic jamming in the top action there. So we need our lasagna sheets to be about the same length as our pan. So we'll start cutting our pasta into sheets. Hey chat, it's a self-help montage on YouTube. This is how you do this construction. I'm talking about the song. I feel like this is one of those songs that everyone uses for their, like, do-it-yourself. It only took us 30 minutes. Or, oh look, even we did this. You know what's sort of sad? I'm sitting here. I noticed the streaming PC is in the scene right now, especially since Mr. Wiggles is not on, so he's not following me. And you notice how I have the sticky note over the power button so that the light doesn't make any, and I've got the glass side of it against the wood so that it doesn't make any, like, it is so, the world that we live in is so strange sometimes. The idea that it costs more to get your RAM without LEDs. Just a weird world. You want a slice of raw, uncooked pasta? Rabbits. obviously do not want these all sticking, so I'm making sure they're all separate. This also helps visually counting for someone like me, and allows us to dry them out a bit more on both sides by flipping them over. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers. Plus our toast on bottom. So we might as well start with that. I am going to mix up our potatoes and onions now, though. I think that's a job for you. Zoom left. Zoom left. Scraping all that good toasty potato off of the edges of our pan here. Mostly, we just got some nice par-cooked potato there with our onions and ham. What do we do our toast in? Is our toast gonna fit in those? No. I don't like putting pans on my cutting board, but we'll live with it tonight. Actually, we can do a pie pan. This is already here. Let's use that. What did one plate say to the other plate? Dinner's on me. Nope, don't think that's the scrambled word. Half and half. You need a couple eggs in there too. I actually want this to be a little bit more eggy than typical for French toast. So let's do 2 eggs in there. I'm sort of shocked Twitch let that one through. Like, it didn't auto-mod it. That'll work for this. Grab our whisk from the ricotta and eggs. Twitch has an auto moderation program that if it picks out words that are too risque, or like it's picked out some words that are just absolutely vanilla to me, absolutely not risky at all, risky. Sort of surprised it didn't pick up on that one. Maybe we already approved it? I don't know. All right, so now we're doing our base, actually, let me see if I got two things to maybe add into this. I think that's a no. I think we're just gonna do brown sugar. Let's do a little brown sugar. And then dunking our toast into this to get that all nice and soaked. Sort of French toast, but like I said, some people may call this milk toast instead. Yeah, I wanted to add a little maple flavor in there. I'm a little torn on throwing all the other seasonings in there with everything else in the lasagna. I don't know that I necessarily want it in there, but not following a recipe whatsoever tonight, chat. This is entirely... Let's throw pasta at the wall and see what sticks. I'm just sort of throwing these in here to start because actually we should probably do flat sides to flat sides because that'll be maximizing territory. But I don't know if we're even going to fit all of this. So I think we do cheese on top of that. I'm debating whether I should... This needs to be loosened up a little bit. Should have saved that, used that egg and cream in with that. Where's my new half and half? Hey chat, I looked in the fridge and realized I forgot something. Can chat figure out what I have forgotten in this dinner so far? Zeke's got me. I forgot to cook myself up some sausage. Now, I said in the Discord earlier, sausage patties. I don't remember what I put in the dinner command, but I did not find sausage patties. I mean, you can cut this into some pretty decent patties. That's what I might do here. Actually, I think that is what I'm going to do. We're going to move this out of the way for the moment. And they even mark the thing for you to cut it. Need a serrated knife for this, or a knife that's actually sharp right now. I'm not typically a sausage tube buyer, but it was all that was really at the store. The store I went to today is a little bit more of a smaller, local owned deal, and their meat selection, while it's good quality, it's not very extensive. And they have a lot of stuff sort of pigeonholed into weird spaces, and I spent a good 5-10 minutes studying their area today, trying to see, like, where is the breakfast sausage? Do you have breakfast sausage? So yes, I do not endorse necessarily Jim and Dean sausage. I'm not saying I dislike it either. I'm just saying it's not my normal choice, and so, like, I don't even know what I'm cooking with tonight, to be honest. I know it's a standard. I know it's all over, the U.S. as far as options for sausage. I normally will grab, this is some great marketing on their part, by the way, but I'll normally grab some Jones, and it's almost entirely because they sponsored my college just as I was leaving, and they sponsored a new auditorium in the school, sort of a thing, or teaching kitchen, and like, my school's got my college had all sorts of sponsors. I have no idea what it's like now, but the Culinary Institute of America has the Conrad Hilton, Hilton Hotel, Conrad Hilton, that Hilton, Daddy Hilton, Continuing Education Center, directly facing, is it Marriott? But our library directly facing that, like, we got the two big hotel chains fighting each other on school campus, sort of a thing. Music stopped. We need music. I need music, rather. I might actually seem a little bit more in time with music now, chat, because I also changed with all the other changes. It's at least in my ear on time. So whether I'm in time is an entirely different matter. But at least now I hear music in time with what it should be on stream. So we're going to squish all these into patties. It's a nice, relatively thin patties too. I mean, I know I was cutting them thicker than their suggestions. And I'm also smashing them down a bit. Good sausage so far looking, because I mean that fat smear is great for a sausage. Zoom right. Not hot enough. It's got 8 patties to sear here. I was gonna repeat the YouTube dad joke, but it's not. It doesn't come across on verbally. It's a you have to read it thing. Oh, hey, we can fix this view while we're here. We can fix this. I couldn't fix the autofocus on the stove earlier because it wasn't in scene. Now we can fix the autofocus on the stove so you can actually see what I'm cooking. All that extra sauce I poured over the top is just all soaked into that bread now. And finally, also with the changes, my little like thank you for following and thank you for YouTube subscribing is actually showing. Like, my mods should know that I talked about doing this months ago. Like, if not over a year ago, I added that to my slideshow finish, and OBS was just not showing it. And it was just too much of a hassle for me to bother until we got to here. I was just playing, Buns. That should work now, Buns, but there is a timeout on the slideshow only displays off of triggers. Like, things happen in chat, or people show up, or new people talk in chat, or things like that happen, and it shows up. But there's a timeout on it, so that it isn't constantly up on stream. I'm also tempted to make camera switches even cheaper. It takes a bit of coding, but I'm thinking of dropping those all the way down to actually 50 dough balls. See, is this going to work on time now? Almost enough for another suggestion, Buns. We haven't gotten to your last one. added the emotes on the end of the sprinkles thing. Like, it used to show that, and then like I locked it off at some point, updating or changing things. And so it's back. Okay, back to building lasagna. Back to lasagna building now that we got all of our layers prepped. In with our first layer of pasta. And our ricotta and eggs. Board camera. Cutting board camera. I'm essentially adding a bit of cheese to just about every layer. That one seems like a rather thin layer, but it's egg and cheese, and so the egg is going to hopefully puff up a bit as it bakes. Cheese. Oops. That wasn't supposed to be on there yet. Pasta first. I feel like this is cropped wrong. This should be showing more of the cutting board. Nope, that's its full scene. potatoes, peppers, onions, and ham. I know cooked potatoes are not the most exciting looking. Debating on which layers we want to use first because we're getting towards the top here. And so we got our egg and ricotta layer there. I think we actually want to make this our grand finish on the egg and ricotta here. This last little bit I'm going to pour over the very top. And this is sort of clumped up, but you can also use that to your advantage here, where, you know, you get the edges and stuff like that where things are not as filled in. You can use the bulkiness of this to sort of fill in any of those low points. I don't know why I stepped back like that, chat. Like, I'm not hiding this from you. I'm not making it any more silent by moving back because my lapel mic is picking it up. It's just sort of a natural... I'm going to mix it, so I take a step back. I don't know. Now I think you're just trying to get AutoMod to do things. This is onion, ham, peppers, and potato. Cooked potato. So it's a little bit like our soft hash brown layer. And we got our last of our pork sausage. That's good for you, right? Last pieces of pasta going down in. And since we're using fresh pasta, I'm making sure push those corners down in so that we don't have like uncooked pasta corner action going on. Oh, we want to cook it until it's all the way cooked through, because while I did sear most things in here, not everything is necessarily 100% cooked through. So this is going to take a while in the oven. I don't know if we're going to hang out for the whole time on stream or not. I think that's sort of up to chat if they want to hang out and chat. I'm throwing the last of this cheese on here. It's a little bit more than need be, but I don't really have a use for it, and I've mixed it, so. So I'm going to give this at least a good 45 minutes in the oven, but that's to take a look at things and then probably come back to it, sort of a thing. I do have one other thing to chop up before I put it on top of this. But otherwise, don't really want any of them hanging up on the sides, so yeah. This wasn't that one more thing. I still have one more thing. That was not the one thing either. Set this over on the stove for a minute. Zoom right, zoom left, zoom left. So what's everyone think of the camera changes? I mean, we haven't used angle cam much tonight, but I showed that off a little bit. And we got that camera is slightly more this way than it used to be, so that it gets a better angle this way. This one's all changed around from where it was before. And this one is obviously much different looking. You can't even see that on screen nowadays. How beautiful is that? My cutting board camera is not in the middle of the scene anymore. And I'm out of water. You don't know that I think about it? Let's throw the green onion on it after it's done baking. Let's throw that beauty down in there. We got the oven, 325. In the very back. Hey, Ape. Welcome, welcome. Aka plush. Getting down to the rind on that bad boy. That's almost sauce ready. There's a little bit more in that edge there, but Twitch is telling me my signal is excellent. How excellent is that, chat? How excellent is that? We're going to do a little kitchen cleanup while we're waiting on this to bake, I think. Stop jinxing. My earbud's getting quiet again, I think. Oh yeah. How sounds tonight? My voice okay? And sounding too tinny? I actually changed how my voice should be playing quite a bit from the way it used to. But that's sort of more of I started from fresh again, sort of a thing. I don't know if we have any autofiles in chat though. Not often I get to do all my dishes on stream. Normally I do them in the morning. Watching pottery or the news or... I need some good podcast suggestions, chat. But I guess the problem with that is what service they're on. Because I don't have any, like, services. Like, I don't even pay for Spotify. And I don't own any Apple products. Well, I do have an iPod Nano still, I think. Should see if that even still powers on anymore. I would think the batteries in that are probably long gone. Should probably get rid of it so it doesn't blow up. Into video games graphics talk. Digital Foundry. Depends on what they're talking about, what you're meaning as far as graphics talk. Hardware side, I'd probably be somewhat interested. Software side, I'd probably be lost. Not completely lost, but like I wouldn't know languages or details about languages or modeling or sort of Unreal. That Unreal Engine is still a thing. Not quite sure, like, I want to say that I didn't like the intro to Unreal. I never really played the game. I don't remember for sure. I don't know if anyone pays attention or notices, chat, how I handle my towels here, but these are hot hold hand towels. I occasionally, if they're a clean towel, I'll use them a couple of days for that. I'll occasionally, like I did for the potatoes, if they're a freshly cleaned one. But they're all stained at this point. This is fresh out of the laundry and just fresh out of the laundry, and it's got marks and but these and the other colored stuff, the red towels, the other towels, these are like crossed between drying my hands off and not food safe. So like you see me using this on stuff that food's gonna handle, like I just did it on my cutting board here. I'm not planning on using this cutting board until I properly clean this cutting board. Just let you check. You know, this is also for things like this. It always seems to be you get the choice with green onions. Either you get the green onions that are thick boys, but have got nasty, dirty, hardly clean bottoms to them, or you go to, I find the ones you get at like Safeway, even these can all be from Cal Organic, you know, they'll be considerably thinner but much better cleaned. I think what happens is they're taking these from the local guys, stripping them down, cleaning them, and then selling them if they don't sell at the upper class supermarket, stripped down at the Safeway. Doesn't wash cutting board, uses cutting board. Thank you. Because I'm also the guy that'll immediately forget. Even without streamer brain. How do you fix a damaged jack-o'-lantern? Jack-o'-lantern. Words. You use a pumpkin patch. YouTube dad joke. Glock, thank you for the follow. I am sorry I missed your messages over on Kick. I hope you're still around. But if not, I understand. Sorry I don't have Kick open all the time. But your question of if that was rye bread, I'm guessing you're thinking the bread that I had at the bottom of my lasagna. That was a sourdough bread. That was a sourdough bread that I had toasted and then soaked in milk and egg. And drained even more milk and egg over the top. That it soaked all up. Sometimes during streams I throw the weirdest things into my sink, and I don't know why. Today, that includes the wrapper from our Canadian bacon. Like, I don't know why I threw that in here. That should have gone in the trash. crash tree for the first time. Are you promoting unstable games in my chat? Kidding. So tell me about this. What is this? Dragon's Dogma. Like, are dragons getting religious, or? Yeah, crashing pans. Hey chat, you remember me using this just a couple minutes ago on the cutting board with all that soap and everything? Yeah, I'm not afraid. Of course, the reason that I'm not afraid is because I often do this as my next step. A dragon will kill and steal a heart from a person every so often in history. That person becomes king, but someone faked it to become king, and now you have to take the throne. Now that sounds like a game with some actual lore. Like, someone actually wrote something for that game. Then again, now with AI, we're going to have all sorts of stuff written for games. It's just not going to be written by a person. Dragons aren't considered friendly either. So the only people that get to be king are people liked by dragons, which people don't like dragons? Sounds a little bit like current political systems. Depends on which heart we're talking about here. You know, the one that pumps blood, or the one that desire and lust and. Yeah, it might be hard to live after that. So close there. There's only one A though. There you go. I like gorgonzola cheese. I've told Chad it's not my favorite cheese though, so it's blue cheese, so. I don't know why that's even on this. I got this thing, my Samsung watch has Samsung Pay. Nope, sorry, South Korea, you're not getting my credit card info. You probably already have it, as do the Chinese, probably. The Chinese know what my pantry is, too. That's because Son of Wiggles was made in China. And I think that's why I keep studying my pantry. Are you trying to Jenny two-tone me? It's amazing that I actually remember. The only reason that I remember that number from that song is because EverQuest had a chess piece with the stats that matched that. And it was named Jenny's Two-Tone Carassus. Except it's 8-6. No, that's right. Okay. Nope, we still got... I got a bunch of small stuff, but I'm gonna leave the small stuff for later. Gotta have something to do while I make my morning coffee and read the news and all that. No, I don't even know it. There's 2 A's in that one. What's going on in the world tonight, chat? How we doing tonight? What's over here on Google News tonight? Snack. Mashed taters. That's one heck of a snack. That's not a quick snack. That's a take some time snack. Unless you're microwaving your mashed potatoes. We talked about microwaving mashed potatoes. That's interesting. I knew they already banned Apple as far as government, but China has banned Intel and AMD now in government computers. Where'd my music go? Where'd you go, music? Oh, we reached the end of this playlist. Wow, we got a long stream tonight for my first stream back. It is late. Nope, that's not what we wanted. That was replaying the same one again. Yeah, exactly, Zeeks. I guess they want to rely on their chips that are 2 or 3 generations older. What kind of magic do cows believe in? Voodoo. We got about 12 minutes still on this timer. Let's take a look down here, see what we got going on down there. Yeah, it's looking like lasagna. It's got a bunch of peppers on top though, but it's looking like lasagna. How? Unless you're just absolutely... Oh, I'm definitely not mentioning that now. Sorry, Dave. Mesmerizing weather phenomenon whip-ups over Central California. It's a water spout that happens like every day on the East Coast. Yeah, no. Researchers sometimes study the silliest things. Researchers uncover pornification trend among female streamers on Twitch. This is news. Like, just open Twitch's front page. Like, I've been watching Twitch for years and I can't even, like, they just keep pushing it. Well, maybe they just keep pushing it because 40 single male. And like, it's not, it's even worse than that. Like, certain parts of Twitch, like, Twitch is not evil. Twitch is not, like, they keep pushing this, but they want to make money. So that's, I mean, that's really why they're doing it. It's the other stuff that really disturbs me when it comes to Twitch. Like, sex is always gonna be there. I mean, it's just really a matter of whether the kiddies see things they shouldn't see, and whether you care that they... Anyways. But the other stuff, the promoting gambling to kids, which Twitch still does, the and the people that are very obviously have issues, like the one that comes to my mind that's always on they're always posting stuff about on Reddit is Just a Mix, who's very obviously should not be streaming in her mental state. I mean, it could be fake. People try and fake everything these days, but I don't know why people are interested in watching someone just essentially drink themselves to death. And subject change. Hey, if you win 2 lotteries at once, you could almost win $2 billion. The odds are only like 1 in our country. I did not see new photos of furry friends in the Discord. No, I don't think that I saw those, Buns. I don't know about this one. Bay Area's Gott's Roadside went from disastrous to selling 12 million burgers. I'm sorry. That was the wrong scene, obviously. Now, if you've ever been, or I haven't actually been, I don't think, but I have certainly driven by many times Gott's Roadside. If you've ever been to Napa, you've probably seen that. It's like right in the center of everything that's happening culinary in Napa. Like, you cannot miss this and hit up the farmer's market, hit up the food emporium, to Copia. Like, the idea that this business was anything disastrous, they would have had to have been horrible as a business with their location to be, like, they would have had to been serving cardboard and not been making money with that location. Like, I have no idea what they would pay for that place, that location. But I would say in Napa, downtown, millions for the land alone. I'm reminding myself of, I saw a restaurant probably 5 years ago now, for sale / rent in Sonoma County. and they were asking over 10,000. I think it was 16,000 a month in rent, and this was like 5 years, like the pre-COVID. The reason I say it's probably been 5 years is they're closing, but someone actually took them up on that deal. Now, granted, it was historic land that probably had some marketing built into it. Didn't have that type of money built into it. The idea that GOTS was a failing business is hilarious. Like, you could pick your least favorite fast food, like most greasiest, disgusting fast food place, serve their food in the location that GOTS has, you'd have a $12 million burger selling restaurant. That was the timer on our lasagna. Let's see how this looks. That's looking melted and slightly toasty. I think I want to give that a little bit of broiler love, though. So we're going to give that about 5 minutes under the broiler. Get a little more toasty top to it. Hi, Nadie. Yeah, it's almost done. My timer just went off. I took a look at it. It was looking good, but perhaps a little pale on top. And so I hit up the broiler, and I'm giving it a couple minutes under the broiler right now. I feel like it probably cooked through well nicely, but the top was just, especially with the little gap to the top, it just didn't get enough heat in that area to give it some nice, it toasted around the sides, not on the top at all. I sort of feel like you want that nice little brown top to your lasagna. Am I alone in that? You want a little toasty cheese with your lasagna? Or are you all just for the stacked and oozing cheese type lasagna? Not saying you can have both, but I don't think that this lasagna is going to be like one of the past ones I have a photo of where it's just like this pool of cheese oozing out of it where I took the slice out. McDonald's is closing all of its stores in Sri Lanka. We had a deal with a partner and they lost. They went separate ways. Ooh, we have a Frico lover. Actually, I don't know if Frico works. Like, normally they say cheese Frico. Does that mean Frico works for other things? Brain hurt. Bavarian. The best type of donut. I can smell the peppers now that I turned the broiler on. That direct heat on those sweet peppers on top. It's making them all smell lovely. Fell out again. Something about me going to try and reach stuff down in the oven. Oh, you want to see the lasagna? Okay. There you go, chat. Want to give that a minute or two to set up where you can figure out what's going on there. I mean, I know the urge, like, just any, like, brownies fresh out of the oven, any of that sort of stuff. You're like, why aren't you cutting into that right now? And I'm like, why aren't you cutting into that right now? Despite me knowing it's going to be better if I allow it to sit. My earbud's dying. It's been that long of a stream tonight, chat. Hey chat, do you know how you steal a coat? You jack it. YouTube dad joke. Speaking of bar, it's late enough. Ooh, that could be an issue. Over here, camera. Yeah. Got that camera a little too high for that. That might be an issue. We'll have to see. You still somewhat okay over here? Nope. Still haven't emptied the barrel, but I haven't been drinking out of it religiously either. Not that I would go through, that was almost 3 bottles of Makers in there. Thank you, Nadine. And I do regularly put the stopper in the top. I do normally put the stopper back in the top so it holds air and then open it up to try and, like, it's getting to the point that it doesn't quite hold 100% vacuum here anymore. But I'm trying to get as much of a vacuum and hold it with a vacuum in. It's also got a beautiful red color from the cherry maraschino juice in there. That's enough. I don't want a ton of ice in this. I just want a little bit. Just a little bit. Angostura or orange? Let's go Angostura tonight. Wow, Caption's getting that one too. I looked at the store. I'm down to 3 cherries. These were already expensive to begin with. I think it was competitive price. $25 a jar. Am I making an old fashioned? No, what I have in my barrel up here, in my barrel over here, little barrel over here, one of my past monthly projects here, where people who sub and donate and support the stream, have a vote in a monthly thing every month. They chose for me to make a Manhattan in there. And so this is a base of a Manhattan. We've got a couple of types of whiskey in there, bourbon in there. We've got some sweet vermouth and the cherry juice from a jar. Not that jar, obviously, but a different jar of Luxardo cherries. So that's what's in the barrel. There's also some bitters in the barrel too, but I added more bitters now and some cherry and some maraschino juice in there, along with some ice. Which is quite lovely. You gotta be a bitters fan for the way I made it, though. I didn't cheers, chat. Thank you for joining me tonight. Keep walking. I don't know if that really showed up there or not. This is my Johnny Walker glass. It says keep walking. And it's got their jockey. Oh, there we go. Focus at the last moment there. There we go. I bought this glass in China. Alright, buns. But I'm going to cut into this now. So how much of a mess is this first piece going to be, chat? That's all delicious, but I could have made this a nice plate. So I'm going to attempt to. Alright, so there's all the innards and messy parts I pulled off of the side. So let's see if this is actually cooked through. It's definitely breakfast for dinner. Wow. Eggy. Eggy, cheesy. I obviously haven't gotten into the sausage patty in the center of this. Or either of the, there's two sausage patties there because we did two levels. So I haven't gotten into any of that, but I can taste the potatoes, I can taste the onion, I can taste the peppers. Overall, egg is like the major flavor here. Surprisingly, for all the mozzarella, there's not a very strong mozzarella flavor to this. I think it's a winner. Like, we'll have to wait until we get into the sausage, and this is already feeling heavy, so I probably should have gave myself about half of this. Like, this is going to be around the house for a minute, chat. Quiche or omelet? More omelet. Quiche, I think of having a little bit more of an like a egg skin like texture and flavor to it, and that's not here. This is more like, this is actually more like scrambled eggs. It's just like a pure clean egg flavor with everything. And I did whip up the eggs too, so that would go along with, like Buns is saying, isn't it more spongy? There's more air whipped into this, yeah. I was actually debating as I was layering it, the idea of adding some sort of chemical leavener in there to create even more fluffiness to the eggs. Which, maybe you can give that a shot, see how that works for you. I thought that would have been a cool idea, I just didn't do it. Alright, chat. Well, I think this has been a successful return to streaming here. I think we've had a good evening tonight, finally, and my computer has not self-destructed now, which is lovely. It's amazing. Thank you, computer. Thank you. I don't thank you enough, but you're amazing, computer. Keep being amazing. And we'll see how I'm feeling, see how timeline works out. I might do an extra stream tomorrow. I do owe Chad a couple extra streams here to catch up on my yearly quota, I guess, or my wanting more on a regular basis. So we'll have to figure that out. Hope to see you all back. But I think it's time for me to go and enjoy my dinner tonight. Okay, you amazing people. Thank you for joining in with me tonight. I greatly enjoyed hanging out with you. I hope to see you back again here soon. Good night.